my good people. Happy Monday to y'all. How's it going, everyone? hope your day has been fine and dandy, whatever time of day it is for you. Appreciate you all hopping in here at the beginning of the stream. Let's say hi to the friends. Shall we? Do you see Blankenship? You have P1, sir, according to my accounting here. That's a lot of P1s in a row. You got a streak going, that's for sure. Berube, P2 for you. Sir Drones, P3. That's a good looking podium right there. Chaos Druid gets some 4th place energy. Portal Comer gets some gets 5th place. Got my snacks and notebook ready. Here we go. That's right. I see you, Drones. Good to see you, man. Sharon Ortiz, good to see you. Trent got a win on race C. Can't believe it. Yeah, man. Great job. That's awesome. And Chaos Druid, a member of the Stud Club for 9 months. Hey there, Chris Wood. Good to see you, bud. I hope you have lots of cake today, sir. And Chaos Druid gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, friend. If you haven't already, throw up some stud emojis for Mr. Chaos. Blankenship says it best. Chaos, how studly of you. It was well put. Catching up here. There's Ryan. Good to see you, Ryan Yost. Rob, great to see you, bud. Jade, hello, Jade. Stefan, good to see you, man. Mr. Howdy. Captain Howdy, I should say. Sorry, I took the captain out. Portal Corner is Thompson on the other account. Okay, I will endeavor to remember that. Mr. Craig, good to see you, bud. Great to see you all. Okay, I do have a little announcement to make about the 2000 sub race, or race event, I should say now. So I'm gonna do some laps around here, let a little bit of time go by, and then give you guys that announcement where we're sitting on that and what you guys can expect here in the next week or so, as far as information goes with that. And then I'll probably talk about it 2 more times or so during the stream, just in case anybody misses it here in the beginning. So yeah, that's gonna be the story. It's gonna be the story. All right, let's go ahead and get into this. So Watkins Glen Group 4. Me likey a lot. We got Watkins, we got the NSX, we got Monster. It's a great day. It's a great day. Okay. All right, so we're choosing the NSX. I obviously see that the Citroen is much more dominant, but when you got an NSX P2, you got an NSX P13, NSX, the NSX is just sprinkled throughout. And since we've done a whole lot of Citroen lately, I kind of want to do, kind of feel in a different car today. So I'm going to do that. So we're following a what again? 54.4. Bang Energy? I have not heard of Bang Energy. I don't even think I've seen Bang Energy. Mr. Mazda, good to see you, bud. Was it Howdy? Okay. We'll see. I mean, if it really goes poorly, I'll switch, but I feel like I can. Me and the NSX, we get along pretty good. Yeah, I'm with their drones. I enjoy the Citroen as well. Oh, is that right, Chaos? Thanks again for the donation, bud. And over Auto Saturday. Yes, it does make a big difference to control the car. It absolutely does. It's worth the little bit of suffering to get over it, I think. One way to rotate the car. 27 hundredths difference, wow. Just load up too much. Sarah Gone, good to see you, man. Not now. Oh, that was quick. So, my money is on, there are a couple of sections that the NX is going to be better than the Citroen at. The bus stop being one of them. The long right-hander after the bus stop being the other one. Oh, I didn't need to switch to third that early. Mike number 5, good to see you. Little bonk. Ooh, I hit the limiter. I was trying to get them more out of the gear there. I'm not trying to dash your hopes specifically, Chaos. I'm trying to be competitive with all these fast boys that I'm racing against all the time. Hey there, Slow. Good to see you, man. Ramboy, good to see you, bud. I cooked it again. Man. I'm not hitting it much, but I'm hitting it just enough. That's a pen. Where did my stuff go? Yeah. Let's Over there. Okay. That third lap. We hit 87. Isn't it cool though to see your friends in different live streams and chats and stuff? I think by the middle of the fourth lap they would have been cooked. Hit it again. Second is optimal, third lap is okay. Give me a few more laps here, and I'll discuss the update on the 2,000 subscriber race coming up. Yeah, see, I can catch the GT right there. And if I did it right, I could probably catch it there as well. That was close. Seven. Lemons, good to see you, friend. Hubert, good to see you as well, man. Heck, nabbit. Yep. So close. Oh, everything just cracked. My goodness. Elder Torres. Well, 2 days ago. Oh, I think I'm the abnormal one there, Torres. Yeah, for sure. I'm the rare one doing it in chase cam with a wheel. Hey there, Parquet. Good to see you, friend. Nope, nope. Way too late on the throttle. Look at this. Come on. No, it's okay. That's often how it goes. It's hard to, when you're first starting. It's hard to make the mistakes infrequent. So. Thank you, drones. Lap guide will be incoming for this one in probably between half hour and an hour. A little bonk again. It's so close. Hey there, BL. And Grover, it's good to see you, man. All right, let's try it. Uncle June, good to see you, friend. I lost a lot. Losing more. Okay. That didn't happen. It didn't work. Charlie, good to see you, man. It is all good. Thank you for stopping in. And in a few more laps, announcement time for 2000 sub special, which hey, Stream Elements is reminding us of right there. Thank you, Stream Elements. Weight transferred earlier, you dummy. Brakes earlier, you silly man. Hey, I didn't hit the wall. I do need fire timers. Be brave. Do it. Bravery. Ooh, a little too much slidey there. It's unfortunate. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Fronts just felt like they washed out. We'll go the third lap here, see what happens. Not quite as good of a turn one. Okay, sounds good, Saragon. Good luck on your races tonight, bud. That's what I've been missing there. About to say, that was a good exit. Give me some blue there. I broke too late. I cannot not hit that wall. Okay, that's good enough for now. Let's go over to the let's talk about what we can expect here this week. So we'll quick check see where that puts us. So we have a 0.2 in us on the yeah, we can definitely do better, so this is pretty good so far. All right, real quick, need to talk to you about the plans here for the 2,000 subscriber special race. First of all, I have decided that I'm going to cap it at 32 racers total, which that includes me. So there's going to be 31 other racers going on. What's going to happen is either the form will no longer be available once we hit that 32 mark, or if it lasts until Friday, I'm gonna close it on Friday, okay? And that's gonna be it, all done, closed. I'm really surprised, honestly, at how many of you really want to do this. So, I mean, my initial thought was it was going to be a single race, maybe a longer one, you know, longer qualifying session, that sort of thing. But right now, I mean, we have enough for two grids, and I think it's going to be about let's see. At least right now, there's going to be at least 12 or 13 in each grid. So what that means is it's going to be a little bit of a tournament style. Now, what I'm gonna do is basically, just to give you the framework. The plan is that there will be there's going to be a group B and a group A, group B. Okay, each of you will be in there. I'm going to be in one of those groups, and we're going to have 2 races for each of those groups. That's going to filter us down to the top 13. The top 13 racers automatically go to the final, and there's going to be a last chance qualifier, an LCQ, for the last 3 positions. Okay, now that's all I'm going to say about that at the moment. That's the idea. I still think we're going to be in that 3-hour range of how much time it's going to take on Saturday, on March 14th, Saturday, that is. And then what's going to take place is also, we have, as a family, we've discussed the budget and the prizes. So there's going to be some fun prizes to go along with it, that we can discuss later. So the important thing on the next important thing on the calendar for this event is going to be, I believe, I need to make sure everything works time-wise, but I believe that where I can fit this in is Saturday. So what I want to do, not Saturday. Saturday's full. Sunday. It's going to be a rare Sunday stream for me. But what it's going to be, I mean, anybody is welcome to watch and join, but what it's really going to be is we're going to talk about the events. By that time, I'm going to have all the information in the Discord. And the Discord, you'll see all the rules for the races, what the combinations are going to be, all of that kind of thing. And I'm going to go over all of that on Sunday. If you aren't able to watch it live, that's okay, because I'll just post it as a video and have a link in the Discord as well, for anyone to watch when they can. I do think it'll be worth the watch. It'll probably be about an hour total. I do have a surprise for that stream. When we go over the information, there's going to be something just a little special for everybody who's watching, who's going to be a part of the event, especially. You'll find it and that sort of thing. So, yeah. I think that's what I need to say at this point. Lots of info to come. The event is 3 weeks away now, a little less than 3 weeks away, and I can't thank you all enough for being a part of it and wanting to hop in. So that's gonna be the plan there. I will reiterate this throughout the. I'm so sorry, guys. I am going to reiterate these things, but the bottom line is, I have the races figured out. I have just a little bit more testing to do, to finalize the parameters and all of that. This Sunday, probably my afternoon, going to have a stream that's about an hour long or so, going over every little detail about everything. And then that's also when, by that point, all the information will be in the Discord as well. If you are if you have signed up for the race, but haven't gotten on the Discord yet, you pretty much have to, because that's where all the easy access for the information is going to come, okay? And my idea with this too is, you know, when we do the stream, you guys can be in the chat if you have questions. I want you to ask questions. I'm trying to make sure I think of everything, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget something along the way. So if you guys ask your questions, either I'm going to cover it in that, or I will figure out how to cover it, or I'll find out the answer for you and let you know as soon as possible. And that's going to be critical. I think your questions are going to be critical for the happiness of the event, okay? So that, you know, as I mentioned it, we're just we are a few spots left, I think, is it? Handful of spots. So this is the form that you need to sign in order to be a part of it. That's the, yep, we're gonna, oh, I put ravers, nice. Ravers, excellent. If I back out of the race, now, is it gonna be a problem? No, you can hop out. You can hop out. That's fine, Poly Mazda. I kind of expect a few of you not to be able to be in there. If it gets, so listen up, everyone. If it gets capped, and then I find out, hey, so and so can't be there, you let me know, DM me that, hey, if a spot opens up, put me in there, and I'll do that first come first serve. Basically, is how I'll handle that. There'll be time for some breaks, yeah. Hey, Mar, good to see you, bud. Happy to have you here, man. Okay, so that's the announcement. I'll talk about it again a little later on as well for other people who are hopping in. As far as other things going on this week, we do have. I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I need to clean my pedals. That's priority. You know, it hasn't acted up as far as I can see today, but it's just a ticking time bomb to where I'm probably not going to be able to use it anymore if I don't clean it up. So I'm going to do that tomorrow instead of stream. I plan to be streaming again Thursday. Video drop on Wednesday with tire management when tires are worn. And yeah. And then Saturday, learn with leads. That's what we got going on. Yeah, if you could do that, Poly Mazda, that'd be great. I'm not going to remember like this. Yeah, it's like 67 screws. It's crazy. I will reveal that. Trent, that's a great question. I will reveal that on Sunday. I will reveal that on Sunday. $30 Burger, thank you for the 30 likes, everyone. I'm glad you're excited, Trent. I guess not, yeah. Excessive amount of screws. I did say 67, didn't I? I'm really sorry about that. I'm around a lot of kids pretty often, although they haven't been as crazy about 6'7" lately, which I'm happy about. Hopefully it's moving on. All right, so that's announcement. It's announcement round 1. I'll repeat those things for next. What up with coaching, Led? What's up with coaching? So, I mean, we have a lot of people still waiting. I'm trying to get 2 in every Saturday that I can, which right now we are trying to shuffle some things around because some people have had to postpone theirs. It can make it a little bit tough, but I'm trying to get everybody in as fast as possible. Don't want you guys waiting too long. So right now the list is taking us out to May. But if you do want a session, that means you pretty much need to ask me immediately, so you can get on that list sooner rather than later. Because if you don't ask me this week, You ask me next week, that might mean 3 or 4 spots. So you can message me on Discord if you're looking for a spot. Direct message me there. You can also reach out to me at leadpencil2017 to get your name on the list. I would friend request me and message me so that I know that you are looking for a session, and I'll get you on the list, okay? All right. So we're second off. I feel like 2 more tenths is quite reasonable. Give it a shot. Yep. If you type in !point Discord and you're not a part of it, that's where you can be invited. And you can get on our Discord, and then from there you can direct message me and we can get the conversation started. Good night, MDG. Appreciate you, friend. Have a great sleep, bud. Tighten to the apex there. Yeah, man. Oh, nuts. Here? I don't think so, SD. Or is it meta for life? It's a life meta. I think so, Le Mans. It's going to be good stuff. Just in general, yeah. I thought so. I clipped the stinking wall. Just barely. These walls. There aren't many of them, but the ones that there are that are close to the track, I seem to be able to hit them really well. Imagine that. Trying to put temp in the tires. That's what that was. 100%. Speaking of chaotic, I think I serve it now, don't I? I don't have to wait. Yeah, there we go. I'll serve it now, that's fine. just love tapping that wall. What can I say? Believe. Okay. Not so great there. Nab it. Not timing that right-hander quite right yet. Oh, Ramboy, this is one of my favorite combos. Bummer. How good would it have been? Yeah, 0.3. Okay, we'll go again. The NSX Group 4 at Watkins is when I got fast. That's kind of what I point to. It wasn't this combo exactly, it was the short track. Yeah, it's really popular. So I don't know if you can tell, there are parts where I'm catching the Citroen. Well, I think the Cit has a little bit better acceleration than the NSX. The strength for the NSX is the high speed, mid to high speed corners. So the bus stop, this one right here, I think it can beat it. Now, I can't always beat this Ghost because it's the fastest Ghost in the world at the moment. And it can really do well in these two corners. This one maybe not as much, a little slower. But I would still call this one a mid-speed, so it can hold its own. Next two corners, it's okay. But the final two corners, this car is good. It's really good. Catching him there. I didn't hit the wall. Amazing. Yeah, it's a little more stable than the Citroen, I think, but it can get just loose enough to provide that slip angle you're looking for. Ow, that hurt. That's what happens when you're sending it. Hey there, Doc. Great to see you, buddy. Little bonk there. Okay there, Doc. Give it a try. Second gear rotation. And I think it looks like, I mean, I got not as good of an exit there. Let me see if we actually catch Citroen here a little bit. Yeah, maybe. That Kent boy is fast. Oh, you set a good lap in the Sirocco. Very cool. Believe. Burger. Thank you for the 40 likes, everyone. Very slight improvement. Get a little bit more time. A little bit more. Look at that. Look at me catch him. Holy cow. Yeah, I can't do that every time, but a little early on the throttle. Nuts. Oh, beautiful. It didn't hit the wall. Ha ha ha! Yeah, that's how good that bus stop was. Because I made considerable mistakes in other spots, and I still almost beat my time on the first lap. Thanks, Lamont. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Have a good night, friend. Not that time. Too much movement. Oh, yes. Hey there, Diggy. I have the ghosts offset to 0.2 ahead. A little late on the throttle, but that's pretty good right there. Optimal of a 0.1. All right. 0.3 is not too shabby. We'll accept it. Definitely possible to get better. Optimal was a 0.1. Let me get a quick photograph here, and then it'll be time to do a lap guide. Go ahead and delete a couple of these. Bus stop. Put it at the bus stop. Yeah, I think I always put it at the bus stop. Shot. I like it. Some serious compression going on there. Some G-forces there. Ooh, nice. Me likey. That's a good shot. Base B. Okay. That is shared for you as well, in case you guys want to put it to your collection and use my NSX as a ghost. Let's get the lap guides ready. By the way, we are getting quite a bit closer to the next evolution of the Apex visualizer. Excited about that. There should be some good stuff coming up as far as that goes. All right. Love me some Watkins. Hey there, LG. Good to see you, man. All right, so I'm going to do this lap guide, and then I will, after the lap guide, I will reiterate the announcement about the 2000 sub special race. So stay tuned for that as well if you haven't heard that one from earlier in the stream. All right, turn 1, Watkins Glen. Maybe the most important turn in the entire track, because of the long flat out section afterwards leading all the way to the bus stop. You don't get this right, you're going to lose time all the way going up the hill. If you get it right, though, you're going to be rewarded significantly, because you'll be gaining time the whole way up. So that's good stuff. You can manage to make that happen. So our turn here is just a little bit beyond 90 degrees. and I want us to consider taking a nice wide entrance to get on the throttle very early. So the braking marker here is the 200 board. That's what I'm using. Really can't push it too much further. You're going to overshoot otherwise, and you'll lose time that you probably won't gain back. So that's what that looks like there on the visualizer. You can see how we're talking about a big braking zone here, and then getting trail braking all the way through this portion, all the way to the center of the corner here. Now, most of the time I would say, you know, get on the throttle right around here, but because there's so much acceleration that needs to happen on the rest of this track, I'm aiming to get on the throttle well before mid-corner. I want to get on the throttle right around this spot of the corner, and then get on the throttle and accelerate through the apex. Okay, that's what that looks like there. On the actual track, what we're trying to do then is break in a straight line through this, down the gears third, turn in just after this Gran Turismo board that's right here. Okay, so let that pass, down to second, get nice rotation all the way through here. And really what you're trying to do, you're aiming to get your two tires not all the way onto this curb, but your right two tires should be like mid-curb right here. That's really what you're trying to do. If you miss it by a little bit, that's okay. The really important thing is late turn in, wide entrance to get on the throttle. And that throttle point then for us is all the way back here. This is where we need to get on the throttle. If we're on the throttle later than this, we're just losing time all the way up the hill, okay? Get on the throttle that early. Plan to have your left tires all the way onto the asphalt out here, and your right tires all the way here. You might, you know, practicing, you might end up with a couple pens in the process, but it's worth it to make sure you're getting as wide as you can. You know, if you need to be a little more conservative in race so you don't get a half-second pen all the time, it makes sense. And in fact, it actually might be a 1-second pen, so that could really hurt you as far as positions go. Bus stop. So, you know, we're pushing this braking point a little bit later than sometimes because we're doing group 4 cars, not group 3. So my braking point is this Marshall box right here, so it's just before the 200. That's the avenue, that's the region I'm looking at here. I don't have a visualizer right now for a bus stop chicane, so we're just going to talk through this. Whenever there's a bus stop chicane, the way I like to think about it is, where do I need to get the weight transferred? And where do I need to be at my slowest? Okay, so you're going to be dashing through this first apex quite quickly. The first two apexes you're actually going to be decelerating through, okay? Decelerating through, all right? So you're in 5th gear most likely, down to 4th, down to 4th, sorry. And you're aiming to get as close to this barrier on the inside as you dare. Yeah, practicing you might clip it a couple times, but right about here is where you want your right tires to be. We talked about weight transfer. So this is where the weight needs to transfer. In order to get the grip on the outer tires, which are the right tires in this case, going through to this part, you need to turn left at this point here. If you wait to turn left, you're going to end up going very deep. Now, there is an element of the bounce from the previous curb there. You likely need to not, you need to be not full brake. You need to be somewhere in between, somewhere around 50% brake. Definitely not a lot of throttle. Some people like to modulate brake and throttle to kind of stabilize the car. That can help a little bit if you're doing that. But most importantly, transfer that weight. Whip the wheel over to the left so that your right tires can get all the way onto the curb. In order to avoid the penalty, your right tires need to be on the right side of this white line right there. Okay, that's how you avoid that. You're at your slowest right about here. This is where you're at your slowest. So you might be you don't want to get too slow too soon, because then you have to wait to get on the throttle. So you're trying to decelerate all the way to this point and then accelerate all the way out. So you're back on the throttle right here. If you end up over too much to the right, then you really aren't able to hit this apex at all, and that's going to end up being slow. That's why you want to keep it tighter to the left. You're trying to straighten this exit as much as possible. Right now the game is allowing you to go all the way over here, and I encourage you to do it. Okay? Now, with this turn coming up, we've got a long fast right-hander. So, how we want to approach that then is taking it just like this, moving it all around. That's what we're looking at right there, okay? So, instead of a big braking zone, though, it's a quick dab of the brake. Quick dab of the brake. Now we're transferring the weight over to the right side of the car, okay? And, excuse me, I'm sorry, transferring the weight over to the left side of the car, making sure that we head all the way over to we don't want to head all the way over to the outside of the track. That's time lost that we can't gain. So we want to be mid-corner by right here, in the middle of the width of the track is what we're saying. Decelerate through here, give it a little third gear to help tighten to the apex. You want to be on the throttle mid-corner, no later than mid-corner. Okay, up to fourth gear for exit, and be brave. When I was practicing, you might have heard me say, believe, believe. I'm just telling myself, believe that the car's going to hold. It doesn't feel like it will, but it usually does. And carry great speed out here and plan to go out wide. Okay, on the actual track then, just as a reminder, just like we were turning earlier to transfer the weight, I forgot to mention that the time you start turning right is here. You don't wait till after the apex to turn right. You start turning right at this part between third and fourth apex of the bus stop. Third gear, let the car roll a little bit. Your acceleration, sorry, I passed it. Your acceleration marker, if you have been able to widen your entrance enough. Okay, if you manage to keep it too narrow, then getting on the throttle now is kind of, it's going to be way too early. Because you don't have the proper entrance angle in order to make the exit, okay? So if you've done well, you can get on the throttle right here. Your momentum should carry you all the way out here, fourth gear. As long as you get your right tires on the curb, between white line and curb with no asphalt in between. So in other words, don't go over it like this. Okay, that's going to be a pen. And then as long as you get back onto the pavement before the end of the curb right here, also no pen. Okay, that's what we're going for there. All right, brake marker for this. We're going to take these two corners back to back on the visualizer. All right, so brake marker here is the 200 just as you pass it. Let's talk about this corner here. So what we just need to ensure is that we are a little bit wider as we enter in. And this opens up a little bit more. So here we have it. A heavy braking zone, but it's a short one, okay? And you're going to really start trail braking a lot earlier than maybe you think. Now, what's really easy to happen is two things. It's really easy to take place here. Number one easy thing is to be short of this racing line and apex too early. The other thing that it's easy to do is to brake a little too late, stay too hard on the brakes for too long, the fronts kind of lock up, the ABS can't even help you anymore, and then you end up going deep. And so instead of a nice curved racing line that you see here, you end up with a racing line that kind of, it has a point to it, and you end up coming out like this and then coming back. And that's not going to be fast for this. Now there's banking here on this corner that helps you. So if you end up staying in this range right here, that banking is going to help you. If you if you end up out here, you don't have any banking to help you, and you probably have some marbles that are going to mess you up as well. Now, the next corner is very similar to this one, except it's going to be slower. And it's facing the other way. And it's going to look a little bit more like this, okay? But it is also 180 degrees all told. So it might be tempting to go like really wide like this. That's going to be too wide. Once again, we have banking that we want to take advantage of, and the banking starts in the middle of the corner. If you end up wider than this, then you kind of lose the help of that banking, so you don't want to be in that position. Heavy braking zone, but a short one again. And we're trying to then trail brake all the way through here. Get on the throttle mid-corner, okay? And depending on the kind of car you have, most are going to want to exit in second. Some might be third. I don't think any of the Group 4 are going to be exit in one. And you're going to accelerate through the apex and then go nice and wide, carrying good speed. So both of those corners then on the actual track, then that racing line looks like this. So coming through here, down to third, turning with the 100, down to second, and letting it tighten. Here, you're mid-corner, okay? At this point, you're mid-corner, you're back up to third, and pounce on that throttle, don't wait. If you've done it right, then you'll apex as you accelerate. That's how you know you've nailed it. Momentum will carry out wide there. Braking point for this one is just before this 100 board. Okay, that's what that looks like there. The other thing that's helping you with this corner as well is it's going uphill, so you actually get some extra help. And that's why one of the things that happens with this corner too is you end up braking too hard, not factoring in how the elevation change is actually helping you while going up the hill. So your minimal braking skills, 25% and lower, are really going to be tested for this one, and it's going to be a good barometer for you. So third, this is that mid-corner. So you see right here, right over to the left of the car, that's where the marbles are. That's where the banking isn't, it's gone. So you really want to be right on this line right here. You're going to go down to second. And mid-corner is right about here. And this is when you're going to get on the throttle. You get on the throttle, you're going to actually still close to the apex, and then your momentum going to carry you out wide. Okay. Now, two fairly similar corners coming up. We'll take them both back to back again on the visualizer. First off, the brake marker here is non-existent. You have to gauge it with the 100 board. Basically, it's the imaginary 150. It kind of looks like this distance here. It's weird. You can brake later than you might think with this one. It's tough to understand exactly, but it definitely is possible like this, okay? So let's look at the visualizer for these two corners. The two corners are similar. The first one is faster than the second one. The second one has a little bit of a ridge that you have to factor in, and that's why sometimes the back end comes out even on a Group 4 car. Let's look at the visualizer for the first corner then. We're looking at a corner that's just like this. And this is a great representation of the line that we're trying to achieve here. So you don't want to turn in too late. You actually want to get on the throttle. You want to sort of dive to the apex but still do most of the turn, get most of the rotation done before the apex. On the throttle mid-corner, and you pounce on that throttle once again, planning for your left tires to go well out here. Your right tires get on the curb, okay? Now, if we look at the other direction, for the following corner, what that looks like then is a little bit different. We're actually going to consider this a little bit of a wider entrance. slightly later turn in. You see that difference there now? Quick dab of the brake. The reason we're going to do this is because we want to get on the throttle a little bit sooner. And we want to straighten the exit a little bit more because of that little hump that is right around here. Okay, actually needs to be a little bit tighter. Because of that hump that's over here that makes the cars unsettled sometimes. And the reason we want to get on the throttle earlier too is because the next corner coming up is no brakes, it's just lifting. And so the more speed we can carry through these 3 corners together is really critical to getting a good time. All right, so let's look at the track then when we're looking at this line. So we're braking in a straight line like here, down to third, down to second, diving to the apex like we talked about, on the throttle here, exiting in second. Momentum carries you out all the way here. Then the next brake marker is the 100. Don't want to push this too far beyond that. Okay, that's what that looks like there. You're in third. As you trail brake all the way through here, you're going to go down to second. This is that later turn in we're talking about. Straightening the exit, pouncing on the throttle by this point here. The tree and marshal box in the distance is a great marker for acceleration. Watch, even with this, watch the oversteer as you crest over that little bump. Okay, you're in 4th gear here. Like I said, this is a lift. Let's go ahead and use the visualizer for these 2 corners. This one is beyond 90, like a 80-degree turn, maybe 75. We'll take these 2 corners in a row with the visualizer as well. And let's tweak that a little bit here. There we go, that's more like it. So no braking here, like I said, this is here, but this represents the line that we're looking for. We're still going to get most of the turn done, more rotation done before the apex. You can lift as you turn. You can turn and then lift in here. I don't know that there's much of a difference between the two. It depends on what's really critical is the turn-in point, which we'll look at in a moment, okay? And what's also really critical is being back on the throttle before the apex, right around this part, okay? Now for the next corner, it is does involve some braking and some patience, but a little bit of bravery too, because you're going to end up hitting the wall if you take it just not quite right. So now we're tightening for this next corner. That's going to be 90 degrees, like that. And we're going to just widen that entrance a tad bit, like that, okay? So reality is, for this, you're coming from this other side. By the way, next iteration of the Apex Visualizer will be able to take these 2 corners together all at one time, and I'm really excited about that. So you're coming from the right side of the track over to the left. You dab the brakes and turn while not putting your 2 tires on the grass like I did a bunch of times over here. Letting the car turn and point and getting on the throttle before the apex right here. Interesting, you know, sometimes it feels like you're gonna hit the wall. I would recommend, after getting comfortable with the turn, really pushing the throttle, making sure that you're really putting it to the limit, okay? All right, so what those corners look like together on the actual track. Coming through here, you're in 4th. You lift on the throttle right here. You clip this corner, this apex. Momentum carries you out here. You don't want to go too wide. You will get a pen if you put all 4 tires on the pavement. And then your next braking point is the edge of this barrier right here, this part. Or you might say that part of the railing there as well, possibly. Okay. Dab the brakes just as you pass that right here. Downshift to 3rd, get the car rotated, and you're really trying to see how much rotation and turning we're getting done before the apex, so that we can pounce on the throttle right now. clipping this apex, pushing really, really hard. The momentum takes you all the way out there, okay? Now, if you are starting towards the front of the grid, so top 3, maybe even top 5, you don't want to be braking at the 200. That's going to be too early. So instead, brake right about at the 100 instead. Okay, let that be your braking. You likely are not even braking fully at that point. It'll be 75% brake probably, and still get a nice wide turn in. Still turn just like that as you would on the typical. Just be ready to get on that throttle nice and early, because especially if you are first, you'll have a whole lot of people that are trying to get your position. And that's your lap guide and your turn 1, lap 1 guide as well for Watkins. All right, what'd I miss? Sorry, I missed a few things here. Thank you for the 50 likes. We got a 50 burger. Oh my. Steven Sills gifted 5 lead pencil memberships. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Soul on Fire, good to see you. Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that, Senna. Man. From South Africa, my flight is canceled till tomorrow. Well, I'm glad we're able to keep you a little bit of company. Bus stop advice by LG. Close your eyes. Don't die. Still catching up here. There's the 50 burgers. Detailing. Good day, Lead Pencil Legend. Awesome videos, mate. Videos help me understand what I am doing. Thank you for all you do. Hello, Legends in chat. Hope you're all well. Man, thank you for coming in saying hi. So cool. LVP, good to see you, man. Portal's watching from TV. Phone about to die. Great guide you're making here. Oh, appreciate that, Moreno. Thank you, bud. Itty bitty baby lift, yeah. Dog paws, good to see you, friend. Get your left wheel on the grass. Yeah, it really is. First class ticket. It's well put. Okay. All right. Just remember, too, if you can't catch the lap guides live, I always make a video of these lap guides and I release them on Tuesday mornings, so you guys have that. You guys, Jade. No, I'm sorry, I can't. No, so I really only I'm reminded constantly of how much time I have, and it is little and precious. So I only focus on the dailies, and usually daily B and daily C is the lap guides. Maybe one day, if schedules are different, or I get really, really fast at lap guides. But part of it is I feel like I have to do it myself first, so it takes a little bit of time for me to put a lap in. No. Right, yeah. So what's cool about Bathurst this week is it feels like there's a really good agglomeration of cars. And the top 3 is the Beatles. Not the band, the car. And the F-Type a couple times. So what's really cool, I mean, if you get in a race, you're probably going to see a whole lot of different cars. 6 sprint, 46th in the world. So I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with a trusty friend, and that's gonna be the M6 Endurance. I'm gonna try that. If I feel like it's a big mistake, then I'll switch it up to something else. But that's what I want to start with at least. Me and the Endurance model here, we go way back. Oh, thanks, Moreno. Appreciate you, bud. No, I'm not going to do one focused on the Swifty. I'm sorry, LG. Something tells me you knew that was the answer, though. Okay, I guess we'll... I'm not used to these rear-engine cars being so dominant. Let's follow the F-Type by Calster. That's a front-engine car, so let's try that. Let's also get a little bit of drink. Also check the messages. Hang on. Okay. That's cool, Schubert. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait to look at those so I don't forget them. All right. Bathurst. Yeah. So we go from a track that I love to death to a track that I have a history with. Now, I don't fear it like I used to, but it normally doesn't come naturally. Part of that's because the track is really narrow. You have to approach Bathurst very much differently because of that. Calster can make anything work. But thanks, Blank. I appreciate it. Woo! Wicked quick. Good to see you, friend. Oh, I mentioned that I was gonna. I forgot that I said I was going to talk about the event again. So, some updates for the 2,000 subscriber celebration race event. So that, if you don't remember, that is scheduled for the 14th of March. And this is the last week that we're able to enter, okay? So, let's see. This is coming up on a regular basis with Stream Elements. But there it is again right there. We are nearing the end of the amount of people we can fit. So that's shown there as well. Appreciate you, Stephen Bud. Right, Wicked? Yeah, it can really get there. Just got to put the work in. So the bulk of the information is going to come on Sunday. I'm going to get on a stream. It's going to be specifically to talk about the event. I'll be able to answer your questions if you have any, but I do encourage questions because while I'm trying to think of everything, I probably won't. So that's going to be Sunday is going to be the day to go over that. It's going to be a very rare Sunday appearance for me, but I don't see anywhere else where I can put it. So I'm going to stash it right there in the afternoon. And if you can't watch it live to get all that information, that's fine. So what's going to happen is either the deadline to get in to the race is this Friday. That's your last day to try and sign up. If we end up with 32 total people before Friday, then it's closed. If you are signing up, you find out that you are too late, fear not, there might be people that cannot show up. So if you find out that you cannot sign up because the form is closed, that's okay. Let me know that you want to be at least a backup and so forth, okay? What kind of channel is this? I know. It's Ravers, yeah. Yeah, Nielsen, I'm pretty sure you have. Let me see. I'm pretty sure you have. So because we have 32 people, it's gonna be 2 grids, and instead of just one race, it's gonna be 2 groups of races. I'm trying to race with as many of you as I can, so that's part of the fun. Um, what's gonna happen is you're gonna be in 2 groups. So there's gonna be a group A and group B. There's gonna be 2 races, basically two sets of quarterfinals, semis, that sort of thing to rack up points. If you get enough points, the top 13 drivers will make it to the final, which is the Sanqua 2000. Okay. Um, and it's still going to be about 3 hours. The 3 hour duration is um, still right about it. Well, no, I'm sorry. It says 2 to 3. This is going to be more like 3 to 4 hours worth of time, I do believe. Now that I think about it, yeah, 11 to 3 for me. Um, so that's part of the information there that you're looking at. If you cannot join, just like Polymaz's already said, if you realize you got to work or you got to do something, please let me know. That way I can keep an accurate count of how many spots are actually free for people. So if somebody who wants to get in, who's sitting on the outside and can't get in, they can do that. So what's going to happen for this week as well, we're going to get all the information down. I have a little bit more testing to do to get the combinations how we want them. Okay. And then that information is going to get dumped into Discord either Saturday or Sunday. Sunday, I will verbally go over all of it with you all in chat. And then that video of me going over it will be posted in the Discord as well for you guys to reference. There will be important information there. And it really is what I'm getting at with that, okay? Oh, yes. I approve all of you. All right, Nielsen, I'm almost there. I keep getting... All right, we've had a few more people sign up today, it looks like. Yep, Nielsen, I see you there. You are there, sir. All right, so we are, if I'm counting correctly, we are at 28 people. So there are 29 people? There are 29 people. There are 3 spots left currently. LG, I can tell you right now, there will be a race in which you could use Swifty if you so choose. Well, wicked quick. I'm going to tell you something right now. Even if you can't come, I got something for you, sir. There are prizes involved. We figured out a budget for us, and there are going to be prizes for folks that are able to come and join us. There are prizes for the podium, and there's an extra prize for first place finisher as well. Okay. He'll understand. Wish it was rear-wheel drive. Good to see you, Rob. Chris Wood, there would be cake. No, there won't. I wish there would be for you. I am not going to try the silhouette here. So there might be many questions that you have right now. All those should be answered on Sunday when I do the stream, and and if you have extra questions that I am not answering while I'm doing all that, I can hopefully answer those questions for you then, or I'll be able to get back to you for that. Okay. All right. Sweet. So that's that for now. I'll probably mention this one more time later on tonight. Before we end the stream is likely what we'll do. All right, let's tackle the mountain. Perfect. Man, racing soft tires. I understand, Dipper, I understand. I'm going to start with the Bimmer. Me and the Bimmer go way back here. So I'm going to start with this. If I feel like it's end up being a bad situation, then I'll switch it. Broke too late. Or early, rather. Yeah, I see the Beatles top 3 right now. Ooh, I hit the grass. That's not a good time. That's a wall. I found it. Gotta turn sooner. Wow. Or his elbow, man. Okay. He already put up a top 5 time with the Jag, I think, Cooper. That's who I'm following. That's right, I'm following Calster. Because it's the closest FR car to the front. Oh, I clipped some grass. It's never going to be fast. Never. Oh yeah, pit entrance guide for this one. Do that. Okay, Jade, incoming. Gotta stop crashing first. Do it, SD. stinking dipper. Nice. Yeah, so that's pretty popular this week too. Yeah, I think it's a good move, Rob. Watkins is great. Group 4 is great. Goodness, I keep flipping this stinking grass. It's not good for grip. You heard it here first, folks. Oops, that wasn't it. All right, Captain Howdy. I hit my blinker. That's right, Nielsen, you got it. Deep secrets. Oh, I did the grassing again. I'm just demonstrating how ineffective it is. You'd think with chase cam I can see the whole stinking car and I wouldn't do that. Apparently not. Ooh, that was good. Finally. That's right. You would have. Should have started watching me sooner, I guess. 60 burger. My goodness. Thank you for the 60 likes, everyone. Little gun shy that time. Bad, Nielsen. Bad. I may have pushed too hard. Oh dear. Hey there, Anaskill. How's it going, bud? I mean, both are really good to me. I think the NSX has the upper hand in the high-speed corners and has a little bit of advantage in the mid-speed. It's the slower corners where it's not as good. And based off what I saw on the long straight, because I was following a ghost of a Citroen while practicing, yeah, it was faster in a straight line than the Citroen. So I think it's going to be a really formidable car. That's what I'm going to use when I race. If I can get a couple races in today, or if I race on Thursday, that's what I'll be in. But that was so close to being right on the money. Boy, it took you a while to figure that out, PD. I'm sorry, Howdy. Appreciate it, man. NSX to rotate. Well, any car to help rotate. You want the brake balance to the rear. Some cars' brake balance to the rear will help more than others. Sometimes it'll help, quote unquote, too much. Oh, no, you don't. I'll be lucky if I get in the 201s. This track is so hard for me. There we go. Iris Nikki, how you doing, bud? You rocking the Genesis here for old time's sake, Mr. NRL season winner on this track? My time. Good times for sure, yep. Porsche this week, got it. Too wide. Great, SD. Yay! We're in the blue. I don't breathe on the downhill, I don't think. I just hold my breath the entire way down. in the grass again, like a doofus. Ouch. So stinking narrow. You're like a 5-point wide turn. Question. Oh, my optimal is my best time right now, which is bad. If you wanted to see Lead Pencil struggle, you've come to the right course. Takes me a bit to even get any kind of decent time here. It has been a bit, BL, you're right. Overcompensated. Oh, yeah, let's hit the restart button. Ah, you were decent then, huh, Nielsen? Yeah, that was an interesting combination. I remember that week. That week we had Crawler on for Learn with Lead guest. It's a great question. Don't overdrive. There is no benefit for overdriving and hero braking. The mountain will just make you pay every time. So smooth braking, still well within the limits of the car. And brake balance. Brake balance to the front. An invisible wall there. Evie, it's good to see you, man. I got no front arrow. Gee. And we'll talk about the method of braking as well, and how you get down here. And perhaps watch out for kangaroos, that's true. Yeah, it is basically brake. Well, turn, get the car straight, brake. Turn, get the car straight, brake again. Jump, jump, jump. All right, Cooper. Nice. I broke the car. I broke late that time. Thinking car. That's a decent. If you want to leave the brake balance alone, yeah, somewhere close to neutral is a good idea. I'm moving it constantly, so. Oh, engine damage even. Oh my goodness. I remember this. I remember this from last time. It's just brutal. Just want to try and get a 201. I couldn't get a 201 last time, I don't think. Gun shy on the throttle there. You dirty car, you. Okay. Ugh. Everything's fine. It's too much. Gotta love it. Oh my goodness gracious. It's the undulations of the track that's getting me a couple times here, and I overcompensate. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it, for sure, LG. The M6 is where I've had the most success on this track. Yeah. Exactly, Cyrus, yeah. The struggles continue. They are not over for me on this track. I really don't think it matters. Like, when we had Group 4, the front-wheel drive cars, I still struggled like crazy on this track then, too. $60 burger, yeah, you missed it. Thank you for the 60 likes once again. There we go. One more time with feeling. Today. It works, man. No, it's a solid car there too. I say go with what works. Mr. Sean once again. Nine o'clock. Okay, come on. We got something here. Frozen. Oh my. Well, you didn't miss anything. Just another crash. And we're back. I get stubborn, LG. I get very stubborn. Stubbornness outweighs my frustration most of the time, I think. And that's exactly what happens with this track. I find a new place to crash. After I do other parts that made me crash before, I do them cleanly. Okay, I think that's the best time I've ever put on this track with this car combo. Entire compound. That was so close. Come on. 201 for once in my life. Edward, good to see you, friend. Good way to get some air if you do that. Almost a 201 for an optimal. Come on! I smashed my TV right there. stubborn. Dag nabbit. Apex too soon, like a dummy. Whoa. Front end came up. I guess so, SD. And you see what this stinking ghost is doing, right? Calster, fast boy. Ridiculous. This is good practice for me, though. I need to get better at this track. It is not. Goodness gracious. Figure out a new way to mess this corner up. Inside of the wall there, I found. Yeah, but I'm trying to dive to the apex. It's a great question. I'm really not able to brake properly enough to maintain a proper trajectory to hit the apex when I do that. So the best, you know, people that are a lot better than me, they can do that and carry speed and hit the apex. Usually, so my progression through practice usually is I'm doing whatever it takes at first to just hit apexes. So if that means downshifting, I'll do that. And then as I get more comfortable with the car and the corner, if I see that, oh, maybe I am not needing to hit the brakes or go down one more gear there, then I'll start to experiment with that. As you can see, this track and I, we're still trying to get on speaking terms. We're not on speaking terms yet. It's a great question. A lot of times, yeah, you're exactly right, and I don't know that I could ever quite get good enough for those two corners to make that work myself. Maybe ever is not the right word, but you get my meaning. Yay! Gotcha, LG. Gotcha. Catch it. Yeah. Ooh, we're getting a little slidey there. Okay. Quite a bit of understeer there, yep. Yeah, I hear you, Bram boy. I do feel like I'm getting a little more comfortable at the top of the mountain. I'm gonna miss the apex that time, regardless. Do it, Edward. Good luck, man. There, come on. Nice, Edward. We are simpatico with that. Oh my goodness. It's incredible, isn't it, friends? Stubborn. To hit the jump? Yeah. I'd rather not. Might we have to call it? Yeah, we might have to call it. Oh. Another 202 flat is an optimal. Drones getting back in, all right. Nice, Beecham. Cool stuff, bud. Good to see you, friend. We have not done a lap guide yet for Bathurst because I'm stubborn. It's kind of fun, Saragon. I appreciate all of you congregating. Wayne, how's it going? This mountain ticks me off. Golly days. Stressful to race? Yes, indeed. One of the toughest, in my opinion. No! So close. Then I overshoot the next turn, of course. Yeah, they stay really cool. I still wonder if they don't degrade in some fashion after 10 laps or whatever, you know? Every single turn. Trying to annihilate me. $70 burger. Thank you, friends, for the 70 likes. Stubborn. Smooth, good to see you. Oh, it's an inside wall. I died. Been watching. I'm going to live too this week. Been setting up the software. Scuba D, pretty cool, man. A-Dubs is here. Ah, 2K, that's what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, thank you. That's different. Few more laps. Let's just see if I can wrangle it all in. Counselor gave up. He said, I don't want to go around anymore for you. That's great, LG. I was definitely not too fast. Yeah, it's Calster's time. I think it was 5th in the world when I loaded it. Like 5 hours ago. Yeah, no, it's pretty rare. Yeah, go for it. It seems like it's Bathurst, so a lot of cars are viable. Put a quality with whatever you want, I think. Get it, SD, get it. That wrecked it. That really wrecked it. Man. Yeah, I hit the barrier. You're right. Don't think I deserve any penalty for it, personally. All right, just a little bit longer. We'll hit the lap guide here soon. This is still the best time I've ever done at this stinking track, so that's improvement. I do feel like I'm much more comfortable in a couple of spots. Yeah, I'm surprised that the MRs and RRs are doing so well, honestly. On the leaderboards. Yeah, definitely death. That's how I felt too when I saw. I think the 992 is just still a little OP in some ways, and so whatever deficiencies it has going down the mountain, it'll probably make up for it. I hear you, Steven. This track is just treacherous. Radion, good to see you, man. Everyone, in case you didn't know, Rad is scheduled to be a guest on Learn with Lead for round number 2 on Saturday. Is that right, Rad? Did you pick the 992? Yeah. Yes, it does. It would make any car a little more stable going down the hill to have it towards the front. Right. Yeah, if you haven't checked out my video series on brake balance, I go over brake balance for control purposes. I do 3 videos on brake balance. It could be of some help for you. Yeah, and that's part of why Rad brings up a good point of like changing brake balance in the middle of a lap. So I have a wheel that I can just swing around on my wheel. So that's kind of why I just go max to max, 5 and 5 on either side. Because it's easier to do that than try to be pinpointing. Yep, they're on, if you go on my channel, it's the Essential Racing Strategies playlist. That's probably the easiest way to find them. Or if one of the mods wanted to grab it right now, you could put it in there. Or the link for the Essential Racing Strategies playlist might be in the description of this stream, actually. That's a wall. Oh my goodness. There, Steven's got it. A lot of videos there right now, but yeah, the brake balance ones are there. Finished P4, not too shabby there, SD. Okay, I'm done. Had it. Wow, so elusive, the 201 for me. So elusive. At least, I mean, I can say this time I was close. Because I've never been close before. Not really. Oh, my face. Alright. Just gotta do this for thumbnail purposes. Oh my goodness. 9 TVs destroyed. Okay. Holy balls. Ghost Viper. 0.1. Fire Snake 0.2. Ready on? No, your time is good, dude. Time is good. I'm here to tell you right now. It's a good time. Alright. Quick photo op here, and then we'll get right to the lap guide, and then we'll call it a day, I do believe. But I wanted to give it my all on that one. I didn't tell you guys, but yeah, that's my nemesis track. I still think it's harder for me than even Nürburgring is. And a lot of practice to do there. So there's some improvement. I'm sure you could see the struggle there. Let's put her on a dipper. Yeah, too far. Nice. Picking up grass and everything. That's sweet. I think that's how I faced the other car, right? Yeah, so we'll look at that. Just long. Yeah, I mean, well, so if you want to be fast at it, I still can't be fast at it. I don't feel like so out of control as I used to at the Nürburgring. I definitely improved there. Hey, Tanny, good to see you, man. Oh, no problem. You're actually just in time for a lap guide. Oh, I need to do this as well. Oh, I did it. I did that for the wrong thing. I'm all... whatever. Right, drones? That is well said. Oh, that's a cool shot. Look at that. That's nifty. It's really sky high. Oh, is that what you're talking about? No, so I definitely didn't get a pen there, although I don't know that I crossed that line like you do to get that pen either. Yes, you are in time for a lap guide. Mountain is super hard. Yes. E4, nicely done there, Edward. Okay, I'm doing this, and I'm taking this off. Tired. All right. So, lap guide, Bathurst. We got this. Now I need to keep that on because I don't speak at the same volume when I do this. Okay. So if you did miss it, we did do a Watkins lap guide earlier today. So take a look at that if you haven't seen that already. Although, as always, the lap guides will be coming out tomorrow in video form. So, and I put my my laps on there, the fast laps and everything. So kind of get it all together for you. Let's see. Let's get this going. All right. So we're at the braking zone for turn 1 at Bathurst. I'm basically using the imaginary 75 board, which kind of coincides with this shadow right here. Now, you can't really rely on a shadow most of the time, but in race I don't think you can, but at least while qualifying, this shadow stays put the whole time, so that's what I'm using. Okay. For the visualizer, let's talk about what this corner looks like and how we want to approach it. So we're going for a slightly late entrance, slightly wide entrance. Try and carry as much speed going up the mountain as possible. So that's why you're seeing heavy braking in a straight line, late turn in. You really, both with this corner and the previous corner, hitting the apex is an absolute must. You'll notice that someone brought it up. It was a great question earlier about using first gear. So first gear gets you rotation. First gear helps suck the car to the apex. Hey, if you're able to stay in second and maintain that speed and still hit the apex, that's fantastic. That's fast. It's very, very fast to do that. However, if you're struggling to hit the apex like I am, I would advise downshifting and then exiting one gear up. So that's what I've been doing here. Okay, that's what this looks like. It's very easy to miss this apex. Careful on exit. There's a lot of undulation in the track. This road it's got its share of personality, and by that I mean bumps. So watch out for those as you're going through there. So on the actual track, what we're looking at here. Oh, that's right. You know what? I have to do a thing. Bear with me here. Moment. I ran out of space. Okay, and yeah, these two. Delete those from that away. Man, a bunch here. Okay, forgive me. I'm gonna have to start again there because. All right, that should be working now. Okay, apologies for that. So yeah, Got to watch out for the undulations in the track with turn 1, and there's also other portions which we'll talk about as well when we get there. But so yeah, once again, that view right there, make sure we're hitting the apex. These 90-degree corners, both the previous corner on the start finish straight and this one, really have to get the car turned in late, wide entrance, using first gear if necessary to hit that apex, and then out you go. Modulating the throttle when necessary to just feel those bumps out. Those are the scary parts where you gotta be careful, but it's worth it to work it out. So don't be satisfied with missing the apex. So don't try to hero brake. You really can't hero brake any part of this track. It doesn't benefit you. It really doesn't. It's a narrow track, right? So we'll be talking about that as well here. So what that looks like on the actual track, then coming through, you're braking in a straight line all the way to this light post, then you're turning in, downshifting to first if necessary, and then exiting in second, planning to put your right tires out here, and then rocketing out. Gradually taking the throttle all the way to 100% is really necessary for that spot. All right, getting to this corner. This corner probably is my favorite. I like this one the most. When you get it right, it's a good feeling. Of course, like any corner at Bathurst, this can try and kill you as well. This is my braking marker just as the grass begins over here on the left. That's what that looks like there. On the actual, or sorry, on the visualizer, this is a kind of a long sweeping corner, a little bit past 90 degrees. And that's our look right there is what we're trying to do. Okay, so braking in a straight line, turning a little bit earlier, and the reason we're turning perhaps a little bit earlier than you might think is because there is a lot of banking that's helping us here. So making sure that you don't get too deep over here where the banking kind of doesn't help you anymore. So make sure you keep it kind of tight, let the car trail brake all the way in, let the car tighten, and then get on the throttle by mid corner and pull out, trying to keep the steering as straight as possible so that you prevent that power oversteer that can end up sending you kind of wonky. It can definitely happen, right? All right, so on the actual track then, this is that line right there, down to third, and then I like to go down to second, up to third for mid-corner, pretty much going full throttle right away, and then monitoring it to see how it goes. For this part, before we get to the really tight corner coming up, you can take this portion flat right here. If you're having trouble pinpointing that turn-in point, then I might recommend just a little bit of a lift. On my fastest lap, I may have even lifted a tiny bit. So that's something to think about and to consider. You don't have to go flat through here. Okay, turn-in point is this barrier part right here where it goes brown to silver. That's what that looks like there. You're turning, getting it in like this, and then as soon as you, depending on how much speed you've carried, you're going to be braking somewhere around this area. This track, you know, one corner really affects the other in a massive way. This is a narrow track, right? So there's not a lot of wiggle room. So if you mess up even in the slightest amount, it affects the speed carried to the next corner in a major way. And so you may find, like always, like we've been saying, brake markers, they're references, not commandments. Use them as a reference to gauge when you need to be braking. If you do that, you have a better shot at getting a good time here. So this is a really tight corner. It's also uphill, and what we're really trying to do is get a good wide entrance, so that we can straighten that exit as much as possible. You can see here, we got this wide line. We're trying to keep it pretty tight so that, again, the banking is on the inner part of the corner. You end up just outside this line right here, the banking is non-existent, and you're just going to take forever to take this corner, and it's not going to be a good time, both literally and emotionally. All right, so that's what we're looking to do. We're trying to use this banking to our advantage. On the actual track, what we're looking at here then is braking as much in a straight line as possible. Point to the right of that Armor All sign in the distance when you brake, okay? Point to the right of that. You're braking all the way through. You get down to first. This is where you turn in, and you're making sure you keep it nice and tight. Get up to second. This is when you straighten. It feels like, here's the thing, it feels like you need to continue to turn to the left. You don't. Don't turn to the left. Start to open up the steering. Plan to be over to the right side when you exit, okay? So what that looks like then is like this. You're going for this line right here, okay? Go ahead and get a little bit over here to the left, but then back over to the right. This is the scary part as well. There's a little bit of a crest here. The car can go light, so again, you want to be keeping the steering as straight as possible again, all right? If you want to do a short shift to third, then that could be helpful as well. All right, so with racing soft tires, this next portion can be taken flat out if you get the turn-in point right. So that turn-in point is just beyond this tree. Just like this, okay? You can see how we're kind of viewing our exit there. If you need to do a little lift, that's fine, but just make sure your lifts are very minor, so as not to cost you too much time. Your momentum should carry you onto this curb briefly. Okay, no visualizer for this part. This is where, so this can be kind of mysterious. The way to take this portion right here at the top of the mountain is to stay a little bit more to the right than you think. You're not really going to touch this next apex because you're trying to widen your entrance so that you can get very narrow for the next part, but up on the top. So this line then is right here. You have to monitor your speed. So what I found out to do was leave it in fourth up here, even though it's definitely time to change. Leaving it in fourth really helped me be consistent up here. You are trying to get the car all the way to the right over this white line. And if you're able to, if you've done it right, turn-in point correct, just there's that compression back there. So when that compression happens, that's when you have all the grip that you're going to have for this port. And that's when you want to do the bulk of the turn. And if you want to do a little lift there as well, that can help. Your left tire should clip this. You may want to do a little lift here. Again, if everything is timed right, it can be done flat, but I wouldn't make that your ultimate goal. Then, right before you get to the curb, right about here, is another lift. You're sitting in the 130 mile per hour range at this point. So, a little lift is necessary, and a turn, okay? So you lift and you turn. Car goes light there, so you wait for it, and you get more compression here. You need to keep it nice and tight to the wall there. And then the right tires should touch over here. Okay. All right, now we begin to go down the mountain. So right as we get to this sign, this is your first braking zone. So let's describe how this this descent begins here as you head towards the dipper. What it is you turn, straighten the car, brake, downshift. Then turn left, straighten the car, brake, downshift. Then turn slightly to the right, brake, downshift, and perhaps even downshift again, depending on the car and how much, what the gear ratios are. Okay? And then we'll talk about the rest of that. So it is brake through here, downshift, turn, brake through here to this apex, downshift, turn, brake from here to the apex, downshift, downshift again if needed. Get the car to turn. The key to this part right here is not going too far to the left. You can't do it. If you go to the left, there's no recovery. You're not going to regain any type of time when you do that. So keep it nice and tight to the wall right over here. In fact, I'm not even tight as I should be. I should be over here, okay? What that's doing is it's setting up for the dipper, okay? Now you can, depending on the car, it might be different, there might be different gearing and whatnot. What I like to do is get up to 3rd gear. And you got to shift the weight of the car right at this point here. You can't begin turning like as it goes down. You need to have already turned the vehicle to the left, okay? So you turn the vehicle to the left, get the weight to transfer. I think with racing softs and most cars, you can be in the mid-60s, 64, 65, 66 maybe at the most, and be on the throttle right here. Compression gives you nice grip, and you gotta then just do the roller coaster of this part. All right, we're heading to Forest Elbow. This is your turn-in point right here. Okay, and we're downshifting to 2nd. We're either coasting through here or minimal braking. Once we see the blue on the right side here, this is when we go full-on brake, straight line to the right side of the track, okay? So max brake all the way here. Don't try to late brake. It's not going to pay off. You'll just end up going too deep. This is steep. I mean steep. It's one of the steepest parts of any track, probably. You have a lot of braking to do, so you cannot late brake. You late brake, then it's just too late. Real quick, we're almost at the turn-in point. Do want to look at the visualizer for Forest Elbow. So that's going to look like this. Big braking zone. Well, not a long braking zone, but it's heavy braking zone. Getting the car to rotate, trying to be on the throttle right at mid-corner. Again, like we said, it's super easy to go too deep. It's also super easy to apex too early. It's really easy to do both if we're not coming down the mountain properly. So watch out for that as you head towards Forest Elbow here. Back to the actual track then. Turn-in point. Turn-in point then right here. We're beginning to turn in and trail brake slightly. And then what I like to use is on the left side, right above me there, this bump in the Falcon sign when it goes 1 level higher. That's my acceleration marker. Okay, that's what that looks like there. And it's a blind corner, so you cannot see your exit. So just keep tightening it to the left. If you're wide enough as you enter that part, then you will not hit the outer wall there. Okay. Maintain speed. Might give a couple tires on the left here, then come back over. Okay, overshot my braking point there. All right, so I'm looking for Sign Eve. So I'm looking for the letter N over there on the right side. That letter N, that's my brake marker. And big braking zone. Let's look at the visualizer for this bad boy. Let's see, will this work? Hang on. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. I like that. Let's look at the visualizer. Yeah, let's take a look. So this is your approach there. You got this big old braking zone coming down. Oops, that was the wrong one. Coming down the mountain. Coming from like 169, 170 some miles an hour. And we're getting a lot of braking accomplished. Get to the turn-in point, and what you're trying to do, look at what's happening here. We're getting the bulk of the turning and rotation done before this apex. Your slowest point on this sequence is right here. And you're trying to straighten the exit as much as possible. You see that there? That's really key. If you end up you know, apexing too early, for example, you're going to have to steer a whole lot on exit. So that's why this late turn in is really great, because you can get on the throttle right about here and then power out of this corner really well. Okay, back to the actual track. Braking in a straight line through here, down the gears. Turn with this two King Gs before the that King G right behind the car there. Turn with that. Let me actually get there. This King G right here. Two King Gs before the Marshall box up ahead. Okay, that's your turn in. And then coming over like this. Up to third, if you've carried good speed, then you straighten that exit out so you don't have to worry about power oversteer. Yank the steering back to the right so as you don't go too wide over here. Okay. Last corner is the brake marker is the imaginary 75 board right around here. Might be as that tree on the right exits your screen, perhaps close to that mark. And this corner is very much like turn 1, in the sense that you have to get a nice wide turn in. You must hit that apex. Look at the visualizer for a brief moment. You definitely don't want to clip that curb. That curb on the inside is just kind of deadly. And so we want to avoid that, hitting that curb. If it's just going to bounce you really badly, okay? So we don't want to do that. Make sure that we're accomplishing that as we go through here. On the actual track, be mindful of not going too deep. Turn in with the edge of the grass as it peels away from the white line here. That's your turn in. Okay. Down to first if necessary. Back up to second on the throttle. Gradual throttle input. Up to 100% as you go through. Now, turn 1 for lap 1, really, it's just a dab of the brake at the 50, okay? It's a dab of the... You're not carrying much speed at all. As you pass the 50, give it a little dab of the brake. Then get that nice wide turn in and try to pull away from competition. Again, this turn 1, lap 1, this is if you're starting towards the front of the grid. But even the back half of the grid isn't going to be carrying much more speed than it usually does. Except, well, not the whole front half. Basically, if you're not taking that turn at all, then you're going to end up being in a position where you're going to have to back this brake marker up. Now, for the pit entrance guy, we definitely want to do that. Because this one's a tricky one and it can really ruin your day. So as you come through here, what you want to do is you want to look for that 100 board actually on the right side. So about when it gets to here, as it passes, if you're using this marker, as it passes your screen, as it approaches your screen, you want to be hard on the brakes as you possibly can be through here, okay? Hard on the brakes. Come through here. Turn with the intent of putting your left tires over this, okay? And your right tires over this. Just straighten this as much as possible. That's the line that you want to be taking through there. Okay? All right, that is your lap guide. Your turn 1, lap 1 guide, and your pit entrance guide for Bathurst. All right. Here we go. We did it. All right. All right, what did I miss while I was doing that? It's a lot of elevation, isn't it? 80 burger while I was gone. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. Well done, team. Very cool. Yep. Drones, that's really well put. Nice, Sean. Good job, dude. Is that last chicane first turn? In that last chicane first turn, what about getting some rotation from the curb? On the last turn? No, there really isn't. It's too steep of a curb to actually get that kind of um y y I mean you probably do get rotation, but it also bounces the car terribly. You got it, Danny. Appreciate it. Last chicane. Oh, last chicane. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So I agree. If you put if you get too high on the curb, then it is going to bounce it there as well. So really, if you just graze that curb with your left wheels, that can provide just enough help on rotation without upsetting the car. That would be okay. No, it's not. It's not a 2K sub stream. It's I had an announcement regarding our 2,000 subscriber celebration race, which is in a few weeks. Sorry for the confusion there, Mr. Xander. More monster. 200 top fives. Great, SD. Stiff. Okay. All right, just as a reminder, a couple things. So I will talk about the celebration race a little bit more in case you missed it earlier. Um, Main thing is Sunday, I will be doing a short live stream that will go over the details of that event. You can certainly watch if you're not participating because you'll be watching, so you'll be able to get a heads up on what that event will be like. But if you are participating, I highly recommend you be there because you could ask me questions. We can get kind of through all the details and really talk about everything that's going to go on with this celebration. Really is an opportunity to give back to you guys just a little bit, not much, but it's something that we can do. There will be prizes that are planned for all participants and podium finishers and winner. They are in the form of merch, I think I'll say. I do have all, we have enough for 2 grids now at this point. I think we're at a 13-man grid and a 13-man grid at this point. We have room for a few more drivers, so that is something that you could, let me see actually. Let me check the latest and where we're at on the total. Yeah, so looks to me like we have, if I'm reading this right, we have either 4 or 5 spots left, and the form will close to get into the event. It will close on Friday of this week, so this is your last week, last chance to do it. Wrong. This is the form, so if you want to take a look at that, should be popping up. Come on, Stream Elements. There you go. Sorry for the misspelling of racers. It's ravers. But that's the Google form there for you to sign up for that event. I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing some other things, among which are fixing up these pedals. I gotta clean these pedals up a little bit. Plan to stream again on Thursday, and then we have a Learn with Lead session on Saturday. The racing event is set for March 14th, as you can see there. And then And again, Sunday, go over all the details. Saturday and Sunday, I'll be putting the information into Discord. If you're not a part of Discord and you're doing this event, you got to be a part of Discord because that's where all the information is going to be, and you'll be missing out if you don't do that. Okay. Oh, lots of people have just said hi in the Discord, so we want to say hi to them. That's great. Looking forward to this very much. It's probably the biggest event that I've put together so far, which is it's peanuts compared to what some people are doing, but you know, it's kind of a big deal for us. So I'm excited to do that and race with you all. Trying to make it so I get to race with as many of you as possible. Now that there are 2 grids, you know, it's a little bit split up, but you're guaranteed at least 3 races. At least 3 races for this event. So that should be lots of good time. 2 shorter races, 1 a little bit longer race. And the final is about an hour long. The total time required right now as it stands is about 4 hours. We're looking at. Okay? So hopefully we'll have all that ironed out and get that situated. That's going to do it for me, my good people. I'm tired. I need to put this lap guide together and get to sleep. That's what I'm going to do. Hopefully you guys have an excellent night as well. Appreciate all of you hanging out with me tonight. Again, we'll be back on Thursday for a live stream. I will have a video releasing on Wednesday. That's going to be on tire management and how to be fast when the tires are not. So that's a quick 10-minute video. Not too in-depth, but hopefully helpful for everybody. So you'll see that there before we stream on Thursday. That's all I can think of right now. So again, thank you for the support and the cheering me on today. Thanks for dealing with me and my stubbornness as I just did lap after lap after lap on Bathurst, beating my head against all the walls. But it was good practice for me personally, as I need to continue to improve on that track. So that's the plan there. And I think we accomplished it. I've done my best time. I can say I've done my best time at Bathurst, and I beat it by about 7/10 of what I had accomplished before. So I'm pretty happy with that. I wanted a 201 really bad, but so be it. Wasn't in the cards tonight, at least. So again, thank you all. I'll see you in a few days. Have a good time. I love you all like crazy. There's not a thing you can do to change my mind. See y'all real soon.